6-7. Did I win? Did I get $100? Steel Boy, we back. Okay, so Steel Boy, I tried to set it up to where it did a live redirect, taking people to this part 3. Did that work, or did you have to go back and find the video again, or did it just automatically take you to part 3? Do you know what day is called Unk that's called a scam? Don't know what that means. Oh, you had to manually click again? I wonder how to do the live redirect. Maybe you have to create a separate stream key, make the other live already live, so that it's currently live before one stream gets ended. I ended up buying the PC that you recommended with the 5090 for 4K, but it got canceled because they thought it was suspicious, so now I gotta wait 7 business days? That is lame. Was it your credit card company that thought it was suspicious, or is the actual manufacturer or the actual website? Hello, I have a question. I don't know if you already answered it or featured it before. Is the PowerSpec G7 or G729 pre-built PC from Micro Center a good PC? I have looked at a couple Micro Center PCs today, but I don't think specifically the G729 yet. That looks a lot like my AVG PC, or my AVG PC Max. Actually, and my ABS Cyclone. All right, so what do we got? It's got a 9070 XT with a 7800 X3D. $1,600. Yeah, it's about in line with the iBuyPowers. Actually, no, that's a, what you're looking at is a 7800 X3D. This is a 9800 X3D for $50 more. So technically, I would go with this one on my chart over that one. Let's see if I can pin that. I think I have that on my YouTube shopping tags too. The iBuyPower Slate 9. Yeah. So I just I pinned one that's going to give you more performance than that one to this video. It's going to be right here in the bottom left corner. I mean, what you're looking at is still a good deal. It's not a bad deal. Just what I have on the charts is a little bit better deal than that. Steelboy, does this PC have good enough specs for modern gaming? ABS Cyclone Aqua, i7 5060. Okay, so you are looking at this exact PC right here. That's the one you're looking at. Let's look at the performance, because I actually did test that exact PC. So modern gaming, I'm assuming with that, you're not going to be trying to game at 4K. So between 1080p and 1440p, these are the FPS that I got at the ultra graphic presets, the average FPS and the 1% lows. So no DLSS. When you turn DLSS on, it's going to increase these numbers a bit, and it's going to make it look smoother. If you want more FPS than this, you can even step it down to high graphic presets, or even medium. If you want like super FPS and you don't mind if it just the game looks more like doo-doo, then you can go down to low settings and then get some really high FPS. So to answer your question, Steelboy, yes and no, and that depends. Yeah, for those of you that are just now jumping on the stream, if you scroll under the video in show less, you scroll under the video. Oh, that's part 2. I want to show you part 3. This is part 3. So underneath the video, in the description, we've got the best Black Friday gaming PCs 2025 spreadsheet. This spreadsheet right here has taken me several days to put together, and on top of that, it's the accumulation of thousands of hours of data, testing, review input, benchmarks, all put into a single chart from this past year. So this chart is going to be super helpful for you in making your decision, even if you don't get anything on this list. If any of this information helps you, if you could use one of my generic links before you make a purchase on any of these main retailers, I would really appreciate it. This channel, you barely make any money off of YouTube ads, just because you don't get nearly the millions of views that you need in order for it to be a full-time income. So us reviewers rely pretty much mostly on affiliate link commission. So when you guys make a purchase with our links, even if you buy something that has nothing to do with what we reviewed, using our links before you buy something, we get a small commission on that. So I really appreciate you guys that make it a point to do that before you buy something. But yeah, next to each PC, if I've done a review on it, it's going to say actual FPS charts next to it, and it's going to give you a link that'll take you, it'll shoot you down to the part of the spreadsheet that has those exact FPS that I got for each gaming PC, and these are all with ultra graphic presets with no DLSS on. So if you end up turning any of your settings down, you're going to get even more FPS than this. And obviously, DLSS always adds FPS. But then underneath each one of those, there's a link to shoot you back up to the top of the spreadsheet so you can check out some of the other computers. If I haven't done a full review on a computer yet, then next to it, it'll say same spec FPS charts. So it's not the exact PC, but it will show you a PC that has this exact combo of CPU and GPU. So it'll be very close, if not exact in performance, to what you will be getting with these same spec FPS charts. Obviously, a bunch of these are selling out already. If it's in blue, that means it came back in stock. This CyberPower PC keeps going blue, red, blue, red, blue, red all day because it keeps going in and out of stock. This is the one that I've seen over the past few days because I see the orders that come in, how many for each PC, and this is the one that I've seen most people buying over the past few days. So it makes sense that that one's sold out. But yeah, if you scroll beneath the PCs that I have recommended, you can see how each PC stacks up against the other computers above it. So you can kind of weigh the performance that you'll be gaining or losing based on how much money you want to save or spend. Obviously, as you go up in resolution, it's going to be more about the GPU than the CPU. But then on top of that, if you scroll down beneath that, we've got the pricing per FPS at every resolution. So this is the price to performance ratios, and it will show you basically its overall value. I want to make it to where you can actually read the iBuyPower one as well. There we go. Now you can read that one. But yeah, this is going to be super helpful information for those of you trying to make a decision between different computers, or even computers. We've done so many reviews that all of this data of the most popular combinations of CPU and GPUs is just going to be super helpful in just expanding your knowledge on the differences between these combinations and what's really worth it for your money, especially if you're playing those games. That's why it's really good to see the individual gaming FPS too, because for those of you that only play like high FPS games, you might not need a PC that is super powerful. The games that I mainly play are Fortnite, Arma Reforged, and GTA. So, Steelboy, I'm assuming, are you playing at 1440p? Seems like that's what most people are going to be playing at. What's the resolution of the monitor that you'll be gaming on? Yeah, so at 1440p with the ABS Cyclone Aqua, actual FPS. So when I benchmark Fortnite, because every season there's something that's always changing, I use the Fortnite benchmark that they have because that's something that's always like the same level, the same consistency. These are the numbers that I got for that. Obviously, if you ran a gaming PC with the current tune shaders, it's going to seem like Fortnite gives you way more FPS than it does because the tune shaders don't really require a super powerful PC. I'm honestly kind of ready for the Simpsons season to be over. Hello, this is my first time buying a pre-built PC. Is it safe in terms of product quality? Which PC are we talking about now? Oh, you're talking about the power spec. Are you talking about the one that I recommended to you? Is it safe in terms of quality? Yeah, the one that I recommended to you is safe in terms of product quality. Josh Wavy, opinion on the Asus ROG GM700. I just recently did a review on the G700, and in my review, I actually said, you know what? Don't get the G700. Get the, well, I didn't say don't get the G700. I said don't get the Intel version. Get the AMD version, which is the GM700. Because A, it's a better deal for gaming. You want to use an AMD CPU when you can, unless it's just a really good deal. And then your price to performance ratio is good because it's a really good deal. But I actually have the Asus GM700 in my list because I think it's such a great buy right now. And I've run a PC with this exact CPU and GPU combo, so you can see pretty close to the FPS that you can expect at every resolution if you go into my chart. The one with a 5060 and an 8700F, Josh Wavy, trying to think of FPS that are going to be close to that. I think a 14400F is close in performance. Let me double check. Doesn't look like there's many videos comparing those two. Yeah, the i5 is going to be slightly more FPS in games. So the closest comparison would be this iBuyPower Element SE. Oh, but I haven't done specific tests with that. It's a 5600X versus an 8700F. So that's actually a much closer comparison to the one that you're asking about with the 8700F. So these are kind of the ballpark FPS that you can expect with that PC that you're talking about. Is iBuyPower a good company to buy PCs from? Because I don't know if I should from all the negativity online. It's a good company. The trade-off is, so the people that are complaining about like their power supply dying on them after a few years, it's kind of the trade-off that you get for the people that are wanting to push their gaming PCs to the absolute max consistently. Those power supplies aren't going to be able to handle it for a long period of time. But you are saving a few $100s in the beginning versus, I mean, later on having to replace just the power supply for less than a couple $100s. It's like, do you want to pay the money now or do you want to pay the money later? But no, I wouldn't say they're bad PCs. They're more budget friendly, and with budget friendly, there are trade-offs with that. But I mean, iBuyPower has been in the business for a really long time, and people keep buying their PCs for a reason. I think Best Buy would stop reselling iBuyPower PCs if they got as many returns as the people complaining online are claiming that they have with iBuyPower PCs. But yeah, if you want to go a step above that, CyberPower PC is a little bit more of a reliable above iBuyPower. And then above that, I'd go, as far as reliability with budget friendly, I'd say iBuyPower, CyberPower, Skytech above that, more reliable. Corsair is going to be pretty reliable. One of the most reliable, but also very expensive. Would you recommend I get the $1,200 Skytech PC from Walmart instead of the $1,300 iBuyPower one? Are you talking about the ones that I specifically have linked? Because comparing two PCs, it definitely depends on what the specs are. I don't think I have a $1,200 PC on my list from Skytech. Oh, that's right. The Skytech Shadow is no longer in stock. I think I updated that on my list. Yeah. Real Astronics, I'm going to let you be a standard moderator so that you can send me a link of the two PCs you're talking about. Solo 2745, lots of PCs in the background, yep. And my spreadsheet is actually covering up a few of them. Dwayne, CyberPower and iBuyPower PCs, good brands or stay away. Yeah, both of those are good brands. The trade-off that I'm mentioning to other people is they usually have less powerful power supplies. So if you think you're gonna push your PC to the max consistently, after a few years, that power supply will have a higher chance of dying on you because it's not one of the more powerful ones. It's not a more budget-friendly power supply. But you are saving a few $100s getting one of those versus some of these other pre-builts. So what I'm mentioning to other people is it's kind of a trade-off between whether you want to replace the power supply and pay that money you're saving later, or pay that money now and not have to swap out the power supply in the future. So all in all, it's probably going to cost you around the same amount to do it that way versus going with another pre-built. But you don't have to spend the money. For those of you that don't want to spend the money now, you'd rather spend it later, then it's a good option. How would I send the link? You should be able to copy the URL in your internet browser and then paste it in the chat and send it. It should let you do that now that you're a moderator. Oh, it's saying that you have too many characters. Okay, what if you paste the first half of it in one message and the second half in the next message? Can you do that? You can also go to this website in a different tab called Tiny URL and paste the full long link and then click on the button that says shorten link, and then it'll give you a tiny version of that. That should give you the ability to paste the link. So the Skytech Azure, you said, was from Walmart. Okay, so let's check that out. Oh, you were saying 1,100? It looks like that one is actually $1,000 right now. Oh, that's the Skytech, or the ABS, not the Skytech. Oh, here we go. This one is with the i5. Why does it give me the wrong option? I click on it. Okay, here we go. All right, Skytech Azure i7 5070. $5,200 megahertz RAM. $5,070 with an i7. Yeah, that does seem like a pretty good deal. Skytech's a good brand too. So $1,200 with an i7, 5070. So 7800X 3D is going to be better. That's worth putting on my list, though. Let me see if I can tag that on YouTube as well. Skytech Azure 714 700F 70. Yep, looks like I can tag that one. Should be popping up in the bottom left corner here in a bit. Yeah, if it really has a 360 millimeter AIO liquid cooler, that's pretty impressive for an i7. You don't normally see that with i7 CPUs. Skytech Azure 3 5070. I don't think I've actually benchmark a PC with that specific CPU and GPU combo just because that is an older CPU. Oh no, the iBuyPower Slate Mesh. Same spec FPS charts. So these are the FPS that you can expect with that gaming PC. My guess is you're probably going to be at 1440p with that one. And so these are the FPS that we got, the average and 1% low with DLSS turned off. So depending on what gaming settings you prefer, going to high or medium settings will bring up these FPS by quite a bit. So would that be a better deal in your opinion? So the iBuyPower Element Pro with the 7080 and 7800X3D and 5070. So let's look at the FPS charts comparison between those two PCs. So this is the 7800X3D with the 5070, and this is the iBuyPower Slate Mesh. So for $100 more, with this configuration versus this Legion Tower configuration, so 140 to 162, I'll show you the difference percentage-wise. So that's a 16% difference between those two. So I think $100 is technically worth it for a 16% increase. But at the same time, Lenovo is a little bit more of a reliable brand than iBuyPower. So if you go $100 more than that, it'll be the same specs as that iBuyPower, but you're not going to be running into the issue of the power supply possibly crapping out on you in a few years if you game super hard on your PC and you're always pushing the power to the max. Big 9060X2. Oh, I kind of just answered your question while talking to Real Astronomy. Yeah, the Lenovo Legion Tower, that's this one right here. I just ran the benchmarks on it. I'll be doing a full review on it soon, but I already know after running the benchmarks and because of the Black Friday sale today, $1,400. It's normally, I think, $1,800. No, $1,880. So I don't know if it's going to change immediately after today or if they're going to hold that till till Cyber Monday. Yeah, it's still available to purchase right now. Power spec is a little bit harder to give confident advice on because I don't have personal experience with them. But a lot of the ones that I've checked out today, there's similar PCs, similar price to performance or spec to performance or spec to price ratios, PCs that I have on my list that I have actually tested. What's the link for that page? So for some reason, the YouTube shopping doesn't have that as a link that I can put directly on the video. But if you go into my spreadsheet, or even the link in the description, if you go into my description, if you scroll down to where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong video right now. So in my actual video, if you scroll beneath the chat and go down to the description, the Lenovo, so Lenovo Legion Tower 10 actually just went out of stock. The Lenovo Legion Tower 5, if you click on this Best Buy creators link, it'll take you to the Best Buy link. Or if you go into my spreadsheet, it's in there too. SPC for around 25 to 3,000. So you can actually get a really good 5080 PC in the $3,000 range. So the CLX Set you can get in the $3,000 range. The 9800X3D version and the i9 version. The i9 is going to be good if you also do some editing. There's not going to be a huge difference if you're gaming at 1440p or 4K between these two. Obviously, the 9800X3D is going to be better for gaming. But if you also do editing, then I recommend you go with this one and save some money. Save $300 on that one. But here's the actual FPS charts. If you're buying this for gaming, the 9800X3D with the 5080, you're probably going to be gaming on either 1440p or 4K, and these are the exact FPS average numbers we got and the 1% lows without DLSS on. So if you turn DLSS on or even bring your graphic settings down from ultra graphic presets to something like medium or even high, will give you more FPS than this versus being at ultra. So yeah, those CLX sets are really good bets for that price. Let's see if that Skytech Azure 3 has stayed back in stock, because that's a good option too on my spreadsheet. Yeah, for $2,500. So at the low end of your price range, you can get a 9800X3D 5080 version of the Skytech Azure 3. What one is better, the Lenovo for $1,400 or the iBuyPower for $1,300? I'd go with that Lenovo for $1,400. It's going to be more powerful, and to get that much more power with only $100 more, and Lenovo is also a little bit more of a reliable brand than iBuyPower. Both of them are great PCs, but the Lenovo one is the one that I would get. So unfortunately, the 9600X and 9060 XT Skytech Shadow PC is now sold out unless it went back in stock. So that's not an option anymore. Yep, it's out of stock. So just above that, the Skytech Azure 3 with an i7 and 5070 is good. But I'll show you on the charts if the performance difference between this 9600X and the 7800X3D with the 5070 is pretty massive. So you're saying $1,200, $200 more than that. And I'll show you the performance difference. So the 9600X, the average FPS is 107. The Legion Tower average FPS is 62. So what is that, like almost 60% better performance for $200 more? That's this PC right here, the Lenovo Legion Tower 5. It's not normally this good of a deal. If you look at my price to performance charts, this PC is the #1 best dollar per FPS ratio, the best value PC that you can get right now as of Black Friday. It didn't used to be at the top, but because of the crazy deal that they have going on for Black Friday right now, I keep recommending that one because it's such a great deal. I just bought the Asus ROG GM700 for $2150. W or L? I'm definitely going to say W. I have that one on my chart. I don't know if you saw that on my spreadsheet, or if you bought from my link. You probably didn't buy from my link because you're asking me if that's one that if I stand by that one. But yeah, you made a good purchase. I have the G700 right here, and the only difference between this one and that one is using the better AMD CPU that I actually recommended in my review for this G700. I said to get the AMD version, which is the GM700. I'm going to turn the AC down. It's like really hot in this room. I mean, I know it probably has something to do with 10 gaming PCs in one studio, but well, I have the AC set to 65 right now. But my fan says that it's 93 degrees in this room. Oh my gosh. None of these PCs behind me are running anything. I didn't even log into Windows. All I did was turn them on so that it looks cool for the camera. So you're having, what was it? What did I say? 8, 9, 10. Oh no, I'm sorry. I have 11 gaming PCs in here because the one that you see off camera is my Corsair build kit PC. Oh, I just lost my camera again. Need to replace my battery and my camera again. There we go. Lucas Crater, awesome, thanks. This was my first PC, and I was feeling a little gross after spending $2K. I appreciate the reassurance. Yeah, you're going to love that PC, dude. You've got the absolute best gaming CPU now that you can buy. So especially playing at 1080p, I'm not sure what resolution you're gaming at, especially at 1080p, that 9800X3D is going to just chew through the FPS on those games. And a 5070 Ti GPU is pretty good too. That combo for $2150 and you don't have to build it yourself is pretty good. You know what? I'm going to actually open my door because it is getting super toasty in here. I don't remember getting this toasty last year. I'm going to open both these doors. Oh man, that feels so much better. Letting in that cool air. I have an AC unit a portable AC unit I could technically put in here. I just want to make it louder. Oh, it feels so much better. Probably already dropping the temperature. Yeah, for those of you just now joining us, we have 11 gaming PCs in the studio. This is the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 with a 1700X3D and 5070 GPU. I just recently did the benchmarks for that. The review should be coming soon, probably next month. This is the G700, which I just did a review for. This was the most voted for PC when I did a poll on what people were looking for, which review they wanted me to finish before Black Friday, and that this was the PC they wanted. This is the Apex RTS 5090. I just ran benchmarks on that. The review for that one should be next month as well. This is the Corsair Vengeance A7500. I did a review for this one on, forgot which month it was, but it was a while ago. This is the AVG PC Max. I have that one on my spreadsheet. This is the ABS Cyclone. That's the MXZ gaming PC. Alright, out. Come on. Did you guys see how I treated my dog just now? I just told her to go out, and I didn't even have to zap her like some other streamers. I didn't zap a dog for getting off of their bed. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so this is the iBuyPower Element. Just ran benchmarks on that one as well. The review's coming for that one soon. I just did a review on the HP Omen 35 Valve Stealth. That one's on my channel. And this is the other Asus ROG G700 that recently, actually that's the first one that Asus sent me, and I asked them to send me the correct one because that one was one that no longer existed. So I actually did all of my B-roll, all of my benchmarks on this PC right here, and it didn't even exist anymore. So it's going to be a waste of a review to show people a computer and my experience with it when it's not even something that you can purchase. So eventually they sent me this new one that was actually something that you can buy. What kind of monitor would you recommend for my PC? I plan on playing Rocket League and some AAA games. Well, what I recommend for sure, actually I didn't even put any monitors on my YouTube shopping list, did I? I think in the description I have an LG Ultra Gear listed. That's actually what I'm using right now is an LG Ultra Gear 32-inch OLED. It's my daily driver, and I love it. Once you go OLED on a gaming monitor, it's really hard to go back. It's now 87 degrees in this room, instead of 93. I was just getting cooked in here. I'm gonna go ahead and put the monitor that I use. I'm gonna pin it to this video. Oh wow, it's only at the dual mode. It's at $930 right now. That's a good deal. I'm gonna pin that. That's exciting. I mean, I know $1,000 doesn't sound like a good deal, but it's usually a lot more than that for the monitor that I have. I only play games such as Fortnite, Rivals, CS2, Roblox, and at 1440p. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have issues with those games. Those aren't games like Cyberpunk. Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, games that just really use a lot of that CPU, Red Dead Redemption, not CPU, your GPU, Red Dead Redemption 2. The games you're talking about are usually those higher FPS games that rely a lot on the CPU. So when you're not pushing your GPU to the max, you're not really you're not asking too much from the power supply as if you were playing Cyberpunk nonstop every day. Lucas Crater, thanks, man. I love your content. I think it's really cool that you recommend the Bible and the case for Christ. Awesome. Glad you appreciate that. Yeah, when I first started putting just my positive message at the end, kind of just resetting my video and saying that, like, please don't let PC gaming take over your life, because it's not. I mean, that's not it. That's not life. It's not living. It's not good for your mental health either. It's definitely fine in moderation to get out some of that aggression, to enjoy something as a hobby on the side, but not for it to just consume your life and for you to... the last thing I want is to ever lead people astray in becoming obsessed with something by buying like a really expensive gaming PC, and then that end up being their life because now they have this new expensive toy that just justifies their playing video games nonstop all day. Because that's not life. That's not what life is all about. But yeah, when I first started doing that positive message, I got probably 60% hate for putting that in a tech review, and then 40% positive comments about it. And then after the whole Charlie Kirk thing, all of the negative comments just stopped on that, which I thought was kind of cool. It was like overnight after that, all of the negative stuff stopped on that. Or maybe just the people that hated that about me ended up unsubscribing, so they don't really see my videos anymore, which I guess is fine. But I feel like God wants me to do more than just talk about PC gaming. I'm now at 83 degrees in my studio, down from 93 just from opening my doors. It almost feels like I have a fan coming from outside my office just by having the doors open right now. Honestly, probably gave the best advice out of everyone else I've been asking so far. I think you definitely deserve a sub. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was really excited working on this spreadsheet for you guys over the past few days. I just knew that, like, if I was coming from your position, having all of the information, basically all of the data collected from a YouTuber that has done this full time for the past 3 years, just strictly pre-built gaming PC reviews, having all of the most important data in one single spreadsheet, and my top favorite, starting from the most expensive, all in order down to the least expensive, and then being able to click on the FPS for every single one. I want you guys to have all the information you need as quick as possible. And then even for the PCs that you guys want that aren't on my list, hopefully having all of this information will make you want to use one of these links before you make a purchase. Even if you buy something that's not a computer from one of those generic links over to the side on my spreadsheet, it'll help out. Lucas Crater, I definitely play more than I should, but I'm dealing with a back injury at the moment, so it's hard for me to do anything else. Man, I feel you with back injuries. I haven't injured my back, like a serious injury before, but I have had issues where, because I have, my chiropractor told me I had disc degeneration disease, and he showed me on an x-ray that my lumbar discs were like very close to each other. So for years, probably 6 years, I had like chronic 24/7 back pain. And it wasn't until I had an issue with my vocal cords last year and was basically doing all this health stuff to figure out how to make my voice better. I stopped going to the gym for like a month and my back pain went away. And I realized that after I started doing upper body again, the back pain didn't come back. But then when I did legs, my back pain came back. So I realized I was doing my leg exercises incorrectly or too intense or something. And that was every week just reigniting my back pain. And I didn't realize it because it was just something that I consistently always did. And yeah, it was me pushing, or I guess arching my back a little bit too much, doing leg exercises. So now anytime I do legs, I do it very slowly, and I like focus hardcore on keeping my back as flat against my seat as possible so that I don't re-injure my back. But yeah, still I wake up with a little bit of back pain. I'm constantly like tossing and turning, but from like 31 to honestly 37, I had chronic back pain. Sometimes it was super severe that I had to like kind of walk bent over because it was just this throbbing constant reminder of back pain. And it was horrible. But yeah, after doing leg exercises the right way, that back pain just started going away. But yeah, that last year, I don't know if any of you guys were on this stream that remember me talking about my voice would just go out if I spoke above a certain volume. It would just disappear in mid-conversation because I had this node on my vocal cords. I even mentioned it in one of my videos. I think it was the best gaming PC of $1,000 video that I did last year. Yeah, I mentioned in there that I had to do the whole review just very soft and quiet and low pitched in order for me to not lose my voice. And it was rough. For several months, it was like that, where my voice would disappear in mid conversation. I went to the ENT. And they told me that, yeah, there's this growth. They said that it didn't look like cancerous, but there's several different things that could have caused it. I think I still have it a little bit. But when I went to CES in January, I got sick, and I was coughing for like 3 days, and something happened during that 3 days of me coughing a lot because I was able to actually speak again after coughing consistently, surprisingly enough. Oh, sorry, I just realized, Sikena, the Asus GM700. How is the Asus GM700 in your take? So I have here the Asus G700. So the only difference between the G700 and the GM700 is the GM700 has the AMD 9800X3D CPU. And if you watched, I don't know if you watched my review, but in that review I actually said that I recommend the AMD version over the one that Asus sent me to review. I noticed that I get a lot more PCs. They seem to always have availability or of review units to talk about Intel PCs. I definitely get the sense that all major PC brands have some sort of deal or relationship with Intel to make sure their PCs get more attention than the AMD versions. That's just the angle that I get. I've actually never seen AMD has never reached out to have me sponsor a video, I'll say that much. But I've gotten a lot of emails from Intel or like brands saying that Intel is wanting to do a partnered sponsorship, which is fine. I mean, Intel is great for productivity, and when you're gaming at 4K, it's not really as much about the CPU anymore. But yeah, the GM700, have that on my list. If you go to that list in my description, that's this one right here. Yeah, I definitely recommend this PC for that price. When I talked about it in my review and I recommended it on my review, it was still at that $2,400 range. So yeah, it had to go on my list at $2,150. I wonder what Black Friday deal means. Okay, that's the most vague explanation of what a Black Friday deal is that I've ever seen. Price is valid during, but may begin before and after the sale dates. Offers subject to change. Limited quantities. No rain checks. I'm not sure if these deals are going to be available by Cyber Monday, but I definitely don't think that they'll be still available by Cyber Monday. But I'm surprised that this year more PCs are not sold out. The majority of the PCs that did sell out, the majority of the red you see on this list became red before Black Friday started. So the ABS Eurus Ruby, both this ABS Eurus Ruby as well, the Gigabyte Aorus 5. So the only ones that turned red right before Black Friday or during Black Friday was the Lenovo Legion Tower 10 and the CyberPower PC 9800X3D. But this one's been going in and out of stock all day. So let's see if it's actually back in stock. I keep playing with my emotions with this one. Nope, still sold out. But yeah, this is the one. This is the one that I've seen the most purchases for over the past month. A lot of people have been buying this one. But you can't currently get it at this configuration. There are other versions of this PC with less powerful configurations. I do have on my list the $1,550 or $1,550 version of this one that I just put down below on the. Here, let me turn this off. Should see that link pop up right here where my blender bottle is. Had to open up my doors because it was just way too hot in here. Let's look at the 1550 version now. So this has a 7800X3D and 9070XT. This isn't the one that I tested, so next to that it's going to say same spec FPS charts. Since I can't say that it's the exact actual FPS charts because I didn't have physically that PC, but I had one with that exact CPU-GPU combo. So this is what you can expect with that. Yomatetsu, thanks for the sub. I was hoping you were going to say hitting legs is bad for you and just skip it, lol. No, you definitely got to do legs. Apparently, leg workouts is the best way to keep the testosterone up. And testosterone is important for everything. Like, aggressive focus in work, just your overall mood, your drive for life, overall health, energy. But yeah, working out legs helps me more with being able to build up upper body as well. Jazz 1345 just bought a Skytech gaming PC. Congratulations. What was the configuration of the one that you bought? Is Best Buy the best website to order the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 online from? Yes, for some reason, the buying it from Lenovo is actually more expensive than buying it from Best Buy. At least when I checked 2 days ago on Wednesday when I did my pre-Black Friday stream. Let's double check again. It was weird because Lenovo is selling that exact PC on their website, but via Best Buy on their website, which was very strange. All right, 7800X 3D. Is this the 5070? Where's the GPU? 5070 Ti. Available soon. All right, I'm going to make this full screen so you can look at it. All right, Lenovo Legion Tower 5. That's such a confusing naming scheme. Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 30L. All right, so we're looking for the 7800X 3D with a 5070. And yeah, 1880. Ready today at Best Buy. So I'm going to buy it from Lenovo through Best Buy for a more expensive price than getting it from Best Buy. Make that make sense. Where's that PC on here? Yeah, $1,400. Normally, it's that 1880 that Lenovo has it listed for. But why in the world would you buy it from Lenovo when you can get it from Best Buy with their Black Friday deal? Just blows my mind. But yeah, I would get that through Best Buy. Okay, let me send you my link for it to make sure that you end up using it. This makes a huge difference when you guys use our links. We actually could not be doing this full time if you guys didn't use our links. Hello, new to your channel. Thinking about getting the Alienware Aurora A16 off of Amazon, the 8TB one. Would it be worth it still, or are there other recommendations? A16? Oh, you're talking about the R16? T-name. Yomatetsu, I'm going to give you moderator privileges so that you can send me the link. And if the link ends up being too big and they don't let you send it, then use this tiny URL website to shorten the link so that you can send it in the chat. Can you check the Omen 35L, please, or this Newegg one? I have done a review on the Omen 35L before. If you don't mind the, if you don't need the gamer lights and all that, then this Omen 35L Stealth is a really good option, and it's a great deal right now. I actually have that one on my charts because its price to performance value is really good. If you look at the pricing per FPS, this is the Omen 35L Stealth with a 9800 X30 and 5070 Ti. It's actually beating an iBuyPower PC right now, which is very rare. But yeah, it's the least expensive 9800 X30 5070 Ti combo when factoring in raw performance that's available right now. Used to be the CyberPower Supreme, but that one is not available anymore. Stormcraft Gaming. Let's look at Newegg. I'm going to close down these tabs so I can see more. $5060 Ti, 14700F. I'm going to put 5060 AI. That's a little sneaky to put AI right after the 5060. People might like really quickly read that as Ti. All right, what's the RAM speed? 6000 megahertz RAM. Okay. 2 terabyte SSD. That's a good combo. For only $1,100. I think that's worth putting on my chart. The iBuyPower Slate is right there around that same price. But it seems like in the chat there's people that are a little weary of iBuyPower. So I guess it's good to have another option in there. Oops. Stormcraft 1100. Wonder if that's something I can pop up on YouTube tags right now. If it's Newegg, it should be something that YouTube can tag on a video. Stormcraft i7 14700F 5060. Yep, I can add that to my list, and I can pin it. Should be popping up in the bottom left of the screen. Oh, no. No, no, no. I'm glad you sent me that. This Amazon Aurora R16, that is definitely not a good deal. $4,600 for and only a 5080. Probably the most expensive 5080 PC that I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely not get that Amazon PC. There's a lot of shady, like, price gouging that I see. I mean, I guess they are, like, third-party sellers. It's always, it makes me nervous to buy from, like, third-party sellers on Amazon. Can you send me your Omen link? Which one is better between those two? So, the Omen 35L is going to be more powerful, but it's also more expensive. On my spreadsheet, the Omen 35L Stealth that I reviewed is on row 36. That one's, I mean, it's like double the price. So if you want to look at performance-wise between the Omen 35L Stealth and that one with the i7, the one that I have closest to that is the ABS Cyclone Aqua that I did tests on. That one's at 100 average FPS, and my Omen 35L Stealth. So, I mean, it's like double the price, but you're getting double the FPS. Almost double the FPS. 192 FPS versus 100 solid. The spreadsheet link is underneath. It's at the top of my description. So if you go to my video, you scroll down past the chat, and then in the description, it's this link there at the top. If you click on that, it'll take you to my spreadsheet. And for those of you just joining, this spreadsheet is the collection of thousands of hours worth of testing and reviewing data on many gaming PCs over this past year. So it's going to be a very helpful one-stop shop solution for all of the information that you're going to want. Everything in green here are the PCs that I recommend. The red ones are obviously the ones that are out of stock. These average FPS of 1% lows are the exact configurations of PCs that I've actually had my hands on and tested specifically. And then underneath that, you've got your the entire list of all the PCs that I've reviewed this year, their actual FPS next to them. So if you click on this, it'll shoot you down to their 1080p, 1440p, and 4K gaming average FPS and 1% lows. This is all done at ultra graphic presets with no DLSS, so these numbers will go higher if you turn on those software boosts. But I always think it's unfair to use any of those new software tools to increase FPS when older PCs didn't have that. So these kind of tests are the best ways to compare apples to apples from computer to computer. Should I buy an Element SE? I'm assuming you're talking about the one on my list. This is kind of the bare minimum that I would recommend. Yeah, 780 for those specs is probably one of the least expensive PCs that I would recommend you getting. Definitely not a 4K gaming PC. Probably not even really 1440p. It's more of a 1080p gaming PC. And obviously, if you crank your graphic settings down to like low, you'll be able to get higher FPS. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and pin the spreadsheet link to the chat as well. There we go. Let's make sure it works. See, my monitor is a 4K. Yeah, I wouldn't. You're not going to really want to game at 4K with that $780 gaming PC. But, I mean, if you downscale to 1080p from that, you're still going to have... it's still going to be as sharp as if you got a 1080p because you're not having a weird sampling issue. Because with 4K, basically, every 4 pixel is now going to be a solid pixel when you go down to 1080p because it converts so well. Any you recommend that can run? So the PowerSpec G729, that was one somebody else asked about. And it's pretty close to those ones in that price range on my list. $1,600 for a 7800X3D 9070 XT. Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. The ones that I have in that range. Yeah, $1,600. For $50 more, though, you've got that iBuyPower Slate 9 with a 9800X3D, which is quite a bit more powerful than a 7800X3D. But Josh, Raphael, any PCs that you recommend that can run 4K, a minimum of 100 FPS for less than $1,500? Probably at medium or low settings. I run all my tests at ultra graphic presets. So within that $1,500 range. Let's look at a PC with a 9070 XT. So there are a few games that go over that 100 FPS with those graphic settings. That iBuyPower Slate 9. Actually, over about half of them do. The 1% lows dip below that. That's only 1% of the time. And if you turn on DLSS, maybe make the graphic settings high or medium, probably get most of these up to 100 FPS. going to send you this link for that CyberPower PC. That's also this is my favorite design for a CyberPower PC that I've seen yet. This 3-sided glass panel design. Actually, let me double check that one's still in stock, because it's older brother, the 1950. That one is the one that I've seen the most purchases out of all the gaming PCs over this past month, and it's sold out. Actually, it's been in and out of stock all day. This one is currently still in stock. The CyberPower PC with a 9800X3D and 5070 Ti, though. Let me see if it went back in stock. Nope, still sold out. Why do you have so many PCs, and may I have one? Well, luckily all these PCs, well, not all these PCs were sent to me. The 3 that I purchased myself are this one, which is only $850. That one, I think $800, and this one's like $500. So less than $2,000 worth of these PCs are my own. The more expensive ones, all these other ones were sent to me for reviews, and they all have to go back. So most of these PCs will be returned by next week. I've already done a review on this one. So this is the G700. This is the actually both of these are the G700s. They sent me the wrong one in the beginning. Both these PCs are going to be heading back next week. This Legion, I'm about to do a review for. This Apex, I'm about to do a review for. This Corsair Vengeance A7500 is about to go back. And these 3 PCs, I still have yet to start on my review for them. I've got the benchmarks for them done, though. And this iBuyPower Element, I'm going to be doing a review for that. But yeah, that HP Omen 35L Stealth is about to go back. Yeah, currently there's 11 PCs in here, including my personal computer. Just realized the Legion Tower 5 is only available in-store, not for delivery at Best Buy, and there's no Best Buy in my town. Oh, really? That's lame. You serious? Oh, that's crazy. Why is that? Why would they do that to themselves? A lot of people want it in a place that doesn't have a Best Buy close by. I wonder if, well, yeah, you don't want to buy from Lenovo because Lenovo has it for $300 more. Joseph Raphael, which one is my favorite? So my favorite gaming PC overall, or my favorite in your budget of $1,500. So my favorite in your budget of $1,500 is that CyberPower PC. My favorite, like in the under $2,000 range, was its older brother, or its more stronger brother, the 9800X3D 5070 Ti version. But everybody wanted that one, so that one's no longer with us. Can you show me the best PC I can get right now on a deal on Black Friday for $1,200 in your opinion? So for $1,200, that's Skytech Azure 3. I'm gonna pin that. Oh, I thought I had that in my list to pin. No, I don't currently have that on my list to pin. So I'll just send you this link. But yeah, that's for $1,200. If you can push $200 more, the PC that I've been recommending the most, close to that range today, has been this Lenovo Legion Tower 5 from Best Buy. If you don't have a Best Buy close to you, though, it is unfortunate because, as somebody just mentioned to me, it's only available for pickup. So you got to buy it and pick it up from the Best Buy instead of have it shipped to you. I'm wondering if they had issues with this getting damaged in shipping, so they're like, you know what? You got to come here and get it from us. Can you recommend any Area 51 under the 5090? That's actually a good question. So the 5090 is the best price to performance version of that PC, but you step down to the 5080 and it's like not as good of a deal because they don't drop it in price that much. So you lose a lot of performance for that PC. Let me find the 5080 version real quick. So yeah, $3,600 for the 5080 version. You spend $600 more and you get a 5090 version. If you get the 5080, this 5080 version, you have to step down to an Ultra 7 265K instead of the 285K. But yeah, if you look on my chart, the 5080 PCs with 9800X 3D CPUs, pretty much all of them are less priced, are less expensive than that one with 5080s. So it's like less of a good deal. But yeah, if you really want this one, then this $3,600 version of that PC is the one that you'll want to get. But yeah, it's the most expensive 5080 pre-built, if I put that on my list. And William Cowan, tons of the one-star review for that one are lost or damaged in shipping. Oh, wow. Thank you, baby. So you're talking about the Lenovo PC that's showing one-star reviews for lost or damaged in shipping? That one didn't say anything about shipping. All right, I'm going to eat some leftover Thanksgiving real quick. Best Buy. My Best Buy is selling the Legion for $1,100. Wow. So you can get this Lenovo Legion for $1,100 with a 7800 X3D and 5070 for $1,100. That's insane if that's true. Definitely get that one. But before you click buy, if you could go into my spreadsheets and click on Best Buy and then buy it that way, I would really appreciate it. Juan, I think if you're sending a link, that might be why it's not letting you post the comment. So I just made you a moderator. So now you should be able to post that comment. What should I consider now that you have to get the Lenovo Legion Tower in store, not for delivery? Any good options around that price point? So that was the best option in that price point. So the 9070 XT, the CyberPower PC, if you can go $150 more, I recommend that one. Like I was saying to that other person, the 9800 X3D version of that PC with the 5070 Ti, that one has been the most sold PC that I've seen over the past few weeks. Corsair Vengeance 8200. Um, 9950 X3D with a 5090. Is this a good PC? Yeah, that's probably one of the best PCs you can get. 6 terabytes of storage is a lot of storage too. Do you need that much storage? That's one reason that those Corsair Vengeance PCs also are expensive, is because they come with so much storage just automatically included. But yeah, that 9950 X3D, it's going to be great for productivity tasks as well. Oh, sorry. N. William Cowan, iBuyPower Element Pro Gaming Desktop. 7800 X3D. I think, yeah, that's one that I have on my list. Yeah, what's a good $1,200 PC? That Skytech Azure isn't going to be as fast as that Lenovo Legion Tower, but that's a good option underneath that. Some people are saying they don't like iBuyPower, but you're saying you want to stay at that $1,200 range, so yeah, I would get that Skytech Azure 3. What's your favorite PC around the $2,500 budget? The Skytech Azure 3 with the 9800 X3D 5080 is one that recently went out of stock, but now it's back in stock. Let's see if it's still in stock. Yeah. Yeah, it's the one that I get for that range. Yeah, to get a 9800 X3D PC with a 5080 for $2,500 is pretty good. The only thing better than that is the ABS Stratos Ruby, which you could technically get, but it is back ordered. So I guess it'll put you in line to purchase it. Estimated date right now is December 8th, which that hasn't changed. So I mean, that's a good sign. I looked at this a couple days ago, and I think pretty sure it still said December 8th. It's the 8 gigabyte though for 1.1 for the Legion, not the 16. Are you talking about the VRAM? So the main difference between Ryzen 7 and Ryzen 9 is Ryzen 7 has a higher core count and higher clock speed. So the two PCs that like Ryzen 7 9800X3D versus a Ryzen 9 9950X3D, the 9950X3D will be really good for productivity tasks as well. All right. What's the difference between a Ryzen 7 and Ryzen 9 9950X3D? So the Ryzen 7, if you're only using your computer for gaming, there's really no point in getting Ryzen 9 9950X3D. It's going to be more expensive for no reason. The Ryzen 7 9800X3D is going to be like the CPU that you want for gaming. But if you do a lot of like editing, productivity tasks, creative work, the 9950 X3D is going to be a good option for you. It's just going to cost you more, but it's going to give you the best of both worlds by allowing you to really game at the max settings that you want to game at, and also it's got a faster clock speeds and more CPU cores. What about $2.5 to $3,000? What would be the overall best? So between that and $3,000, so really kind of in the same range. You can't really go above a 9800 X3D with a 5080 until you go above that $3,000 range. So yeah, I still think the Skytech Azure 3 is a good bet in that range. $500 less expensive than that CLX set. Oh, it's not even letting me send a link that big. We can find that in my charts. What would you choose, the A200 Corsair over the Area 51 Alienware, or the Lenovo Legion 10 that's out of stock? I would get the A200, but that's also going to be more expensive. You're going to get the 2-year warranty, higher quality components. Some people don't think that it's worth that much extra. But yeah, if pricing wasn't a factor, actually, if all of them were the same price, I'd still go with the I'd go with the A200. Cool out AC figured out my issue with the 5070 in Battlefield 6 with DLSS on, random crashes low. Had to manually limit frame rate and put DLSS setting to quality option. That's weird. I would think that the DLSS setting set to performance would help you out better than the DLSS set to quality. Which one's better for gaming? Juan, the Ryzen 7 is better for focused gaming. You're going to be wasting your money on the 9, which will be like pretty similar performance as the Ryzen 9 9950 X3D is going to be similar performance as the Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. It's just the 9950 X3D is going to have more cores and a higher clock speed, which is going to be good for productivity tasks. $8 GB to 12 GB cards and pre-builts over $1,700 is terrible. Future games are leaning hard on VRAM. Yeah, currently, most of the games that I benchmark don't really go past that 8 GB of VRAM. But yeah, I can see how in the future you're gonna need quite a bit more. I think the 9070 XT 16 gigabyte is better than the 5070 12 gigabyte if you care more about frames and video quality. Yeah, I think even in my own tests, I was showing better frames with a 9070 XT than a 5070. Yeah. At 1440p, you can see that my 9070 XT PCs were performing better than the 5070 PCs. And then at 4K gaming, you can, that's relying a lot more on the GPU. You can see how much more the 9070 XT GPUs handle, how much better they handle games at 4K resolution as well. Ingo Beast Edits, I just got the PS5 and watched your unboxing. What games do you recommend? Honestly, since the PlayStation 5 video, I've been focusing more on PC gaming. True Poly Hater, can I get a link to the Skytech? Let's see which one was. I'm gonna try to remember which one I was recommending. Oh yeah, okay. So you can see it in my charts in my spreadsheet, but yeah, I was saying my link was too long. So let me go ahead and convert this to a shorter link. Alright, just converted that to a shorter link. Now I'm going to update that in the charts too. So I think it always looks cleaner to not have these giant long links. There we go. Cool out AC. The link that I sent to TNAME, it was a 5080 GPU with 16 gigabytes. That one had 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Cool out. I think you're thinking that I'm talking about the Skytech Azure 3 with the i7 5070. The combo that I sent to TNAME is the 9800X3D 5080 version. What Corsair would you recommend for gaming that I wouldn't have to upgrade for a while? Most games I play are games like Battlefield 6, ACR Raiders, and Fortnite. Well, Fortnite doesn't really require like a super powerful gaming PC. Battlefield 6 does. Did you already tell me your budget, Juan? Let me look back at the comments. JG Wentworth, thanks for the sub. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Are you that JG Wentworth?
Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready. Say it loud if you ready. This our time, we run it. Clap your hands if you ready. Stomp your feet if you ready. Let it be cause you ready. This our time, we run it. Back on top feeling great. Back on top in the ranks. Once you won, number one, not the mother ones. Other ones feel fake. This our time, we run it. This our side, we on it. This our grind and we want it. Did it and done it, can't outrun it. Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you
Oh, the Skytech Azure 3 that's back in stock is now back out of stock.
clap your hands if you ready. Stomp your feet if you ready.
Mine's still showing that it's available.
This our time, we coming.
The Azure 3 Plus? You sure? You're looking at this one, Truly Polly? Are you saying once you add it to your card, it says it's not available? Yeah, let me add it to the cart.
Set it free cause I can. Who these mini me's think I am? Why they envy me? Post threat on me, but can't beat me when I'm on 10. Got me stuck on glue. I was stuck on you. ES ring, I went top speed. I've been top one in the booth. Put the game on snooze. Blessed like I choose. Doubted me, they outed me. Now I'm sitting here like proof. Now I'm rolling steady. Record synced up heavy. I'm done talking, I told you it. Who ready? We been ready. Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready. Say it loud if you ready. This our time, we run it. Clap your hands if you ready.
I mean,
Feet if you ready.
I think adding one more 1 terabyte SSD storage is kind of the least of your worries when it comes to gaming PC. That's probably one of the easiest things to upgrade, honestly. 'Cause if you upgrade RAM, you're basically wasting a RAM stick because you have to upgrade in pairs. But yeah, just adding one more SSD slot or one more SSD stick is a pretty easy thing if you need more than 1 terabyte later on. I don't think I set you as a moderator yet, True Poly, so I just made you a standard moderator now. If you use that tiny URL place, you should be able to put a long URL into the chat. What state are you guys in that Skytech is showing as out of stock? Yeah, even when I go into incognito mode, it's still showing that it's in stock on my end. You send the link for the $1,200 Skytech. This one's going to be considerably slower than that other one. So the other one that I showed you, let's compare specs. The Skytech Azure 3 with a 9800 X3D and 5080 versus the one that I just sent you is an i7 with a 5070. So even the lowest powerful one, 225 average FPS at 1440p, going down to the i7 5070, you're looking at 140 average FPS. So percentage-wise, what is that? 140 to 225. %60 less performance. Is Amazon a considerable option for PCs over others? No, I wouldn't say over others. I don't ever buy PCs from Amazon just because some of their third-party sellers, A, their names always look weird, and B, their return policies are always so vague when you go into them. It doesn't feel as legit buying from those third-party sellers on Amazon versus buying from like Corsair, buying directly from Dell, buying from Newegg, buying from Best Buy, Walmart. But yeah, when you go and you see the seller of some of these PCs and it's like Jason's PC Tech, and that's who you're buying from, and then you go into the return policy and it's so non-specific that it just makes me nervous to buy from Amazon. Do you recommend the Skytech is good gaming and can support games like Arma and Battlefield 6? So that 5070 with an i7, a 14th gen i7, Battlefield 6 is one of those like intense games. So like Coolout AC was talking about, you might possibly have some VRAM issues with Battlefield unless you give it some leeway on allowing it to select the graphic settings for you, turn on DLSS. He said to quality, but I always thought that turning DLSS to performance mode was the best way to make a game work on a PC that doesn't have the highest specs. But I mean, if you can wait, that ABS Stratos Ruby, if you want to wait for a little bit, this is actually less expensive than that Skytech Azure 3, and it's still got that 9800X 3D and 5080. So I'm actually going to copy this link. I'm going to convert it to a smaller link. Yeah. So I'm going to send this to you. That one's an even better deal than that Skytech. That's so weird, yeah. So if you look on my screen, when I click on that Skytech Azure 3 with the 5080, and I scroll over here, it's saying I can add it to my cart. Did you say where you were from? Truly Polly? Juan, what's a good gaming Corsair PC for a budget around 5K that wouldn't need to be upgraded for a while? Okay, so if you have a budget of 5K, there's a lot more you can do with that. You can actually get a 5090 Corsair Vengeance PC. That's this one right here. And that is the, at least through my links, that's the most purchased Corsair Vengeance PC that I see. Every year it's the most purchased. My favorite is the A200. It's always more expensive. Is it worth $1,000 more? No, it's not. But if money wasn't if money was no object, then I would go for the A200, just because the ease of use. I love the design of it so much more. Scott Noon, thanks for the sub. See if this one's still in stock. Yep. So that one for 1200, the specs on that one is 14th gen i7 with the 5070. So I was showing him earlier the kind of FPS drop that you'll need to keep in mind going from a 9800X3D 5080 PC to that 5070. I also mentioned the VRAM issues you said you had with Battlefield. Yeah, it really is. 4 terabytes of SSD storage. 5090. I love the design of the Corsair Vengeance A7500s a lot better than... Actually, I wonder if they changed... Because I have a pretty good relationship with Corsair. And in a lot of my past videos for like the i7-500, I was complaining about the design just being too similar from older generations of the PC. It was too safe, too boxy. Had that same it was the, what case was it? Actually, I have a similar case right here. Anyways, that case was it was just getting too blah, too bland. It wasn't growing on me anymore. So yeah, when they upgraded to this panoramic glass design, I was overjoyed. Should be able to post links, T-Name. Made you a standard moderator. If you paste your link in a tiny URL first before you send it to us, or before you paste it into the chat, it should allow you to do that. Yeah, the Intel issues were patched up a while ago. I have the I actually have the 14th gen i9, and I updated the BIOS when the new BIOS came out, and I haven't had any issues with my i9. It was the i9s and i7s that were having that issue because they were getting overvolted by some of these motherboards. So if you had to recommend the ABS Stratos Ruby or the Skytech, which would I go for? The one thing that I appreciate a little bit more about the ABS Stratos Ruby is that with all ABS PCs, you get to see the exact, like it's completely transparent. You get to see, there's no hiding. You get to see exactly which brand motherboard and GPU you get, which brand RAM you get. It's kind of luck of the draw with Skytech, and this one's $200 less. So I would lean more, if it were me purchasing, I would lean a little bit more towards the PC that I would have to wait a little bit longer for. That's $200 cheaper. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. is now 78 degrees in my studio versus the 93 degrees that it was when I had my doors closed. Probably don't even need my fan on anymore. I think that's the one that I sent you, T-name, wasn't it? That's Skytech? If I buy it from the link that you sent, will it commission you, or do I put a code in, or what? Yeah, if you buy it after using my link, I should receive a commission for it from Walmart. There is a big lawsuit going on with the Honey browser, though, because the Honey browser installed has been stealing commissions from reviewers. So there has been plenty of times where people told me they used my link, and then I never saw that purchase in my affiliate account, which is weird. T-name, it kind of depends on which graphic settings you decide to use. But yeah, that 5070 with like Battlefield 6, you're probably gonna use all that VRAM, so you're gonna want to bring the graphic settings down a little bit with DLSS on in order to get like really smooth FPS. Yeah, I think I have a comparison between a gaming PC with a 7800X3D 5070 and an i7 5070. So at 1440p, i7 5070, 7800 and 5070. So if you look at this difference, it's 140 versus 162 average FPS. So percentage-wise, you're looking at about almost 16% better performance with that 7800X3D PC. If you guys have the same GPU. Yeah, you're right about that. This is factoring in the highest ultra graphic presets for these games. So yeah, the people that complain about VRAM not being high enough, you can stretch your VRAM out for longer into the future if you don't need your graphic settings to be like super pretty. Yeah, guys, definitely check out my. I think this spreadsheet is definitely best when zoomed out and looked at as a whole by yourself as well. So I never want you to make an impulse buy in the moment. I mean, I know this is Black Friday, so you might want to make a decision before the end of the day if these sales don't last past midnight. But as far as like making a decision right now without first looking at all the options on this spreadsheet, I wouldn't advise to do that. Just reading through everything is beneficial, like looking through the price differences between these computers and then actually looking at their FPS at every resolution, depending on what you plan to game at right now or into the future. And then the price to performance ratios are huge, and just being able to see without having to do the math in your head which computers are the best deals, the most dollar per FPS ratios. Oh yeah, the Element Pro. Coolout actually showed that to me on Wednesday, and I put that on my list after he showed that to me. Here's my link if you want to help me get a commission for it. Brantley, can you help me find a PC? Can you help me find a PC? Can you help me find a PC? I think I can help you find a PC. Let's only keep it one message though at a time. Brantley. Yeah, that's the first question is what do you have to spend? Because obviously the 5090 PCs are going to be the best at gaming at 4K. Salamander, thanks for the sub. Tech Magnet HP G4 desktop computer renewed. That's definitely not a gaming PC. If you get this for gaming, you're not going to have a good time, unfortunately. Yeah, if you don't plan to be doing any gaming and you just need it for like surfing the internet and doing like school projects, probably not even Photoshop and Adobe products will work well on that PC. Juan, what do you feel is better, building a PC yourself or a pre-built A200 Corsair? Well, you can actually build that exact Corsair A200 yourself, and you would save money. So that is technically better. What's easier, and a more favorable option for some people is just buying the pre-built. Daddy-o D-Lan, you're beasting the stream, but brother, I would have tapped out long ago. Appreciate that. Yeah, this isn't even as an intense thing that I did last year. Last year, I went 24 hours straight. This year, I went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at 9 to do a full day Black Friday stream. AI actually told me that it was not efficient use of my time or energy to do a full 24 hours with no sleep. Mega Mananda, yeah, you got a good point about those RAM prices as far as building it yourself. A lot of people like the peace of mind of the pre-built route too, because it's the company's responsibility to figure out what's wrong with your PC. You don't have to diagnose that yourself. It's their responsibility for you to have a working PC for at least a year. And in Corsair's case, 2 years. Any PC that you recommend under $15? No, I don't actually recommend any gaming PC for gaming under $500, unfortunately. The closest one that you would have to game at low settings would be the CyberPower PC with a 5500 and 6500 XT. That's this PC. At least this PC is in one of my favorite cases. And I have done benchmarks for a PC with these specs before, and it's on my chart. I took a screenshot of it because it was a while. This is kind of an older, outdated CPU and GPU combo, but I did do benchmarks on it a while ago. So I took a screenshot from my video. Yeah, these were the FPS that I got with these graphic settings. So pretty much to get a decent frame rate, you're going to want to be in medium to low settings at 1080p with these games. What's your best PC recommendations for around $1,000? Well, it used to be the Skytech Shadow, which I believe is still no longer in stock. Let me double check. Yep, that one's still out of stock. So you probably don't want to go up to that $1,200 range. So right underneath that would be the iBuyPower Slate, and these are the the average FPS that you can expect with that PC. Go ahead and send this to you. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I sent you the iBuyPower Slate that is 1650. Not the 980 version. Here, let me resend that to you, sorry. Janine Jackson, thanks for the sub. I see people using $187 no problem to play Fortnite. I'm wondering if you're seeing them streaming Fortnite over the internet from like a host PC, because I can't imagine a no problem $187 situation with a gaming PC. That doesn't seem possible. Yeah, it seems like that the RAM affordability issue has been like the main talk of the town when it comes to PC gaming lately. It's unfortunate. Can you see if you can get like a name of a good PC under 500 that runs Fortnite and Discord and YouTube and like Roblox, not at the same time, just a good PC? I'm 10 and I'm looking to buy a built one, maybe even under 400. I don't need some crazy PC. Yeah, there's really none that I can recommend under 500. I mean, do some exist? I mean, let me just even see if there's a PC that exists for that much. That's a gaming PC. True Poly hater, sorry, can you resend the ABS Stratos link? Yep, here you go. Alright, gaming PC, gaming desktop. Sort by lowest price. Do not call this mini PC gaming a gaming PC. Yeah, these are not gaming PCs. So you really can't squeeze it to like $600? Oh, interesting. Oh no, that one's sold out. I was about to say, how is that gaming PC at $340? $750 Ti 4G. Are you getting an error on the spreadsheet link? Huh. What's the error saying?
ranks. One shit one, number one, not the mother ones. Other ones feel fake. This our time, we run it.
Is the Skytech Shadow in stock now? I did check it, I think, about 30 minutes ago, and it wasn't back in stock. Let me check. Nope, still out of stock. I've been recommending this one in many of my PCs, even before Black Friday, or in many of my PC reviews, even before Black Friday. But demand finally caught up with supply. NV what's the error that you're getting when you try to use the spreadsheet? Let me try to open it. I'm gonna open it on my phone to see if it's giving me an issue. Oh, you know what? I think it is. Yeah, for some reason, this Google spreadsheet, it's having issues being opened up on mobile. I think because there's just so much in it. That yeah, you have to open it up on a computer. Yeah, my link's in the description. The ones that are on the spreadsheet, you can, those are easy to open up in the description of this video. Yeah, I do get an error trying to open it up on a phone. Yeah, if anybody else doesn't have access to a computer to open up the spreadsheet, just let me know what you want to look at, and I can scroll down to it for you. STG Auburn, Radeon RX 560, 10th gen i3. It's got a 4 gigabyte VRAM graphics card. Oh, that one's sold out. Maybe I need to organize by what's not sold out. Exclude out of stock items. Why didn't it not exclude them? There we go. So you really want to get as close to that $500 range as possible with a budget that low. i7 8th gen Radeon RX 580. Shipping. Yeah, this PC will run. This PC will run Roblox. I'm not opposed to you getting this one if you have to stay within that budget. Let me go ahead and make a link for you. I'm not going to put this one on my list. I will put it on here for you though. But I typically don't like to recommend PCs with specs this low. CyberPower PC 7800X3D with a 9070 XT. Is it worth it? I think that's one I have on my list, correct? Yeah, that's this one that I have on my list. So yeah, that's definitely worth it. If you go next to that on the spreadsheet and click on it, you can see a similar spec PC, or actually the exact same spec PC and the performance that you can expect with that. My guess is you're probably going to play at 1440p with that that level of PC. And so if you turn on DLSS, these numbers will go up a little bit, bringing your graphics settings down from ultra to something like high or medium is something that will increase these numbers even more. Replace my pin message that shows only works on a computer. Truly Polly just bought the ABS Ruby from your link. Awesome. Appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. Saw a guy with a $187 PC and he's playing Fortnite at 200 FPS. I just don't see how that's possible. Cool out AC. Good night. My friend wants a gaming laptop and he sent this to me. How do you feel about it? HP Victus 15. I did a review a few years back on the HP Victus 16. Wait, why did it paste that? Well, that's not a bad deal for a laptop. 4050. So playing your games at low settings on this laptop. Oh, and I thought you said your dad was talking to Best Buy about how to get that. Did they just not open their hearts and give you an option to do that without going to a Best Buy? Siphon, it's definitely less of a headache to build a PC yourself right now with the RAM prices where they're at. I think technically it'll still be cheaper even with the RAM prices for the most part to build your own, but to me it's not worth the headache of building all that yourself, only to have to diagnose things when things don't work in the future versus just leave it up to the company that sold you the PC to stay true to their warranty. Do you know if a 5060 and i7 14700F will run good on all low settings at 1440p? Well, good thing I have a PC that I've run with that exact CPU and GPU combo. These are my 1440p average gaming FPS. This is with ultra graphic presets. So you crank those down to low, and all these numbers are going to go up significantly. You turn on DLSS, all these numbers are going to go up significantly. So just depends on what you want your graphics to look like at that point. If more FPS matters to you more than the game looking good. What do you mean maintenance is needed on the integrated cooling? You don't have to do any maintenance with an AIO liquid cooler. And VMware, no problem, man. Hope you find what you're looking for. Yeah, this is the one that I have. This one on my list. It's the $1,300 Element Pro. PC with those exact specs. These are the FPS that I got with that PC, the average and 1% lows. So this is all with ultra graphic presets. If you bring those presets down to more modest, like high or medium settings, and then turn on DLSS, you'll have even higher FPS than this. But this is like the baseline with ultra graphic presets. I would test these gaming PCs at lower graphic settings than ultra, but every time I do a poll, people request me to leave things on ultra. So yeah, before you buy that one, if you could please make sure to use my link, I would really appreciate it. I'm going to send it to you on here. That's the link to that PC. I think I have that as a tagged PC on here as well. Let me see. Oh yeah, I do. So this Element Pro, if that link doesn't work for you, you can also click on it right here in the bottom left corner of the video. Should pop up here in a second. If you could squeeze up to 1550, this CyberPower PC should still be available for you without having to go the ship to store option or pick up in store. Yeah, this one has shipping. So if you can squeeze to 1550, this is actually the one that I would get. Oh, weird. So 1383. But when you click on the link in the chat, oh, interesting. Okay, so the link in the chat, this is the same exact PC on the same exact retailer. That's weird. But my link in the chat, this is the same exact listing too. As you can see, it says it has 111 ratings, 4.2 stars. It's the exact same PC, but when you clicked on it through YouTube, it's $83 more. That's shady. Okay, well, definitely get it through the link instead of the tag on the YouTube video. King Alex James, what's going on? Oh, interesting. Okay. Sold and shipped by VIP Outlet is the one that came from YouTube. I believe that was the only iBuyPower Element Pro with those specs that was listed in the YouTube shopping tags. 7800 X3D and 5070. That's wild that it's not showing up as a listing in the YouTube shopping tags. That same listing. Yeah, I'm actually gonna take that pins thing off. It's interesting though, because in the YouTube shopping marketplace, when I search for it, it shows up at as 1300. But then when I pin it, it shows 1380. Like, I'll show you what I see. This is what I see. And then when I pin it, it still shows up in here as 1300. But then in like 10 seconds, when you look on the video, it's going to pop up and it's going to be like, it's 1383. That's kind of sneaky. So yeah, in the bottom left corner right now, if you look at it, yeah, I'm looking at it live on my video right now, and it is 1380. Interesting. Colin Williams, what mixed things have you heard about with Skytech? Because the majority of the reviews that I see for Skytech, myself included, have been positive. Best Buy has a CyberPower PC with a 5070 and 9800 X3D for $1650. Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. The iBuyPower Slate 9 is also $1650 in my charts, in my spreadsheet. And that one's going to be a little bit faster. Show you the difference in here between a 9800 X3D and 5070 versus a 9800 X3D with a... Oh, I thought I had a combination. No, I don't even have a combination with a 9800 X3D and 9070 XT, just the 7800 X3D, which is less powerful, but it's still more than the 5070 version. Let me see if I can find the one you're talking about. See if there's any other specs to be concerned about. I'm not finding that one that you're talking about for 1650. Oh, you're talking about the 1680 version? Probably talking about this one. GB of VRAM. How fast is the RAM? Why is it not showing the RAM specs? That's weird, it's not showing the RAM specs. I can't imagine it being anything less than 5200 though on a PC like this. G1 King Amp, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good deal. Football 09. Can you use my link if you end up getting that PC? I just sent it to you.
And Eururs.
what's your opinion on Starforge system PCs, mainly the Creator Series, Voyager 3 Pro, and Elite? I have done a review on a Starforge PC before, and in my opinion, it was a little bit more expensive than it needed to be back when I reviewed it, but I haven't actually looked into them recently. So it's Starforge Elite, Voyager 3 Pro, and Elite. $5,000. Let's go AMD. Got an MSI Tomahawk motherboard. That's a good motherboard. 64 gigabytes of RAM. So it's got some unnecessary things in here that make the price go up a little bit, but I'd say it's a pretty good price, considering it's got that much RAM. Forgot what the warranty was. Yeah, it's got the 2-year warranty, just like Corsair. It's another thing that allows the price to be understandably higher. I don't think I put Starforge on my list, did I? Yeah, I'm going to add Starforge to this list. Oh, it looks like Starforge doesn't have a program anymore. That's lame. The Skytech for 2650, 9800 X3D 5080. You're talking about the Azure for 2500, or which Skytech PC are you talking about? No, I haven't had any issues with Skytech cooling. How long ago did you hear about issues with that? The Pro has a 5080. What do you think about it for that price? Yeah, what is that? Is that $4,000? No, it's $3,000. Yeah, that's more in line with these inexpensive PCs. Actually, there's only one other PC that I have on my list that is less expensive than that for a 9800X3D 5080 PC. So yeah, that's a pretty good deal. Kenneth Griffey, thanks for the sub. Why would you, Alex, why are you looking at the Intel Core Ultra 7 instead of the AMD with the 5080? It's just less expensive. Because for gaming, you're gonna want the AMD CPU. Alex999, I'm looking at Best Buy right now. There's an Asus ROG G700. It has those. Oh. What's the price of that one on Best Buy? 2450. So 2450 for that combination. Yeah, it's pretty close to in line. That's like that Skytech Azure 3. Yeah, I'd recommend that one. The Asus ROG G700 with a 9800X 3D and 5080. Oh no, sorry, you said it was that was the Intel with the 5080. Technically, I would go with the Skytech over that one because it's got the 9800X 3D, which is a better gaming CPU. Let's see if there's so many versions of the G700. I wonder if there's a 9800X 3D version. Yeah, they really love the Intel CPUs. I'm not seeing an AMD version of that with the 5080. Which other one would be better? I'd go with the Skytech Azure 3, which is $50 more than that. It's got the 9800X 3D CPU. I'd go with that over that Asus. This one. What do you use to benchmark your CPU and GPU? So 3D Mark is kind of like an overall benchmark, but I benchmark specifically, like I go straight into games. So basically the FPS that I'm focused mostly on FPS for each game, and then the average of those games. And these are the average of all games put together for each PC. When you're looking at 4K gaming, this is technically like a benchmark of your GPU. And then your CPU benchmark is for the more lower res 1080p gaming. Is it still saying copyright issues on my last videos? I'm using Epidemic Sound that I have a license for. Let me double check. If it's really trying to like cap out my... Yeah, Epidemic Sound with their copyright stuff is kind of frustrating. No copyright issues are found. Okay, so it told me there is. Then when I click on it, it says, no, just kidding, there's no copyright issues found. That's so weird. Okay, everything's still on. There's no restrictions. Huh. The O11 Vision is one I was looking at and heard the cooling stuff over a year ago. I don't know why the O11 Vision would have cooling issues. It's a very open, spacious chassis. I'm looking at buying one of Best Buy. Is there one right now? There. Alter you would recommend. Other that you would recommend, I'm assuming. So yeah, the one that I would recommend better than that one is that Skytech Azure that I was talking about. The Skytech Azure 3. That one's $50 more, but it's going to have quite a bit better FPS. Owen, should I wait until Cyber Monday to buy? No, I wouldn't wait till Cyber Monday. Seems like the best deals each year come earlier and earlier, and then they get sold out earlier and earlier each year. Yeah, I know what you meant. Oh, I think, okay. So you're not liking the Skytech Azure 3 because you're wanting to specifically stick with Best Buy. Here's that 1550 Cyber Power PC. Siphon, do you think I should add the 2-year Accidental Geek Squad protection for $200 more from Best Buy? I never have. I've never done that. Accidental protection on a gaming PC that's going to be just sitting there on your desk. It's not really a mobile thing. If you have kids or brothers and sisters, I'm not sure where you live, what your situation is, but if you have people that you think are kind of destructive around and are going to be around your PC, then maybe. But I never actually get Accidental Geek Squad protection for anything. Jonathan, yes. Sometimes the GPU fans don't actually move until the GPU is engaged. And oftentimes, a computer will use the CPU for most basic tasks because it uses less power and it doesn't really need to tap into that GPU. But once you start gaming, you should start to hear the fans move on that GPU.
Set free cause I can. Who these mini me's think I am? Why they envy me? Post threat on me, but can't beat me when I'm on 10. Got me stuck on glue. I was stuck on you. ES ring, I went top speed. I've been top one in the booth. Put the game on snooze. Blessed like I choose. Doubted me, they
But Alex, another PC that I recommend from Best Buy, the Asus GM700 with that 9800X 3D CPU. Send a link for that one. Hypnotic, what are your thoughts on the Skytech O11 Vision, the one with an RTX 5080 and 9800 X3D? The O11 Vision is a great case. I like the look of it too. What is the price of that one? Are you looking at that on Skytech's actual website? JG Wentworth. Is the Skytech Azure 3 a Black Friday deal or standard price? I'm not seeing a price discount. Just curious. I don't know if specifically just today. No, it was that price before. But a lot of these PC deals drop for Black Friday way before Black Friday, if that makes sense. Oh, I missed Note Envy. I didn't copy this. $1,500 for that. Yeah, you found a pretty good deal. It's even though the PC you recommended to me has a 5070, I'm guessing you're saying 5070 Ti with the AMD Ryzen 9800 X3D is better than the Intel Core Ultra 7 265F with a 5080. Let me go back to the first original PC you sent. The 2450 for that i7 PC. So that one's going to be $300 less expensive. So price is a factor in that recommendation. It depends on what you're gaming at too. Gaming at 4K, yes, the 5080 version is going to be better for you. Gaming at 1080p, the 9800 X3D is going to be taking most of that load on, so you're going to want to get a PC with that, with the best gaming CPU. And you'll be saving money too. Unfortunately, I don't have a PC with a 265F CPU and 5080 combo to like directly compare that. I have plenty with 9800 X3D CPUs. But the Intel CPUs that I have paired with 5080s have always been the top spec Intel PCs or CPUs. Owen, can you go over the specs for the 1551, like the FPS? Yes. So the 1551 is the CyberPower PC with a 7800 X3D and 9070 XT. The CyberPower PC that I reviewed didn't have these exact specs, but I did benchmark a PC with this exact CPU and GPU combo. So next to that, you have the same spec FPS charts, so it's very close to these numbers. And this is what you can expect for 1440p, no DLSS. This is at ultra graphic presets. So if you turn on DLSS, those numbers are going to go up a bit. And then obviously bringing your graphic presets down from ultra will bring these up even higher as well. Let me see, but that compared to your number 43, let me double check and make sure I understand your question. So I don't have a direct comparison with the 265KF and a 5080. I do have a direct comparison with the 5070 Ti, 9800 X3D, and my number 43, and I'll show you the difference between those. So most likely you're going to be gaming at 1440p. So the 9800 X3D with the 5070 Ti, that's right. Okay, so I have two PCs like that. I'll go with the lower spec one just for fun. And the 43, I already forgot what the 43 was. 7800 X3D and 9070 XT. So 189. Actually, they are very close to each other. That combination. Surprising how close those are. Now 4K, there's going to be a bigger difference. Actually, they were almost identical. Yeah, that trade-off between the 9800 X3D and 7800 X3D kind of offsets that 9070 XT and 5070 Ti. That's pretty interesting to look at. The HP Omen 35L Stealth with the 9800 X3D and 5070 Ti did a little bit better job though. I've done a lot of 9800 X3D 5070 Ti combos recently. Seem to be a very popular combo. PC you recommended to me is sold out currently. Oh, is it now? No. Let me see. Another one. We lost another one. All right. Sold out. So I think we've lost 3 today. This one keeps coming back in and out of stock though, so let me see if this CyberPower has come back. It's almost like they restock each day. Nope. Put my water. Be right back. So yeah, the PC that I recommended is actually currently sold out, so that's unfortunate. You're not going to be upset with that 265 KF 5080. That's still a good PC. Probably very similar performance as the 9800 X3D 5070 Ti version, because the better GPU kind of offsets the worse CPU in the other one. J. Delder, I wanted a 5070 Ti 9800 X3D combo, but kept running into sold out too, so I settled for an AMD-based PC with 9800 X3D CPU and a 9070 XT GPU on your recommendation. Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of bang for your buck with that 9070 XT GPU. 32 gigabytes of DDR5 and 2 terabyte SSD. Yeah, you're gonna be pretty pleased with that PC. 9800 X3D with a 9070 XT. I don't have that specific combination benchmarked. I do have the 7800 X3D with a 9070 XT though, and you get some pretty good average FPS even with that one, and the 9800 X3D version is going to be a step above that, so you will be pleased. Skylar Hoos Media just got the MSI Aegis ZS2 for $2,200 at Costco, so happy I spent the extra. In it for using Adobe and some gaming. Wanted to be future-proof, 5080 plus 9900X thoughts. Yeah, I mean that's going to be a great PC for all of that. Note Envy Intel Core i9-14900F NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5070 compared to an AMD 7800 X3D with a 9070 XT. The 9070 XT one. Yeah, I'd go with the 7800 X3D with the 9070 XT. For your setup, what is your electric bill monthly? Well, I don't typically. I actually have an editor that does my editing, so as far as like exporting out 4K edits, that's not done in here anymore. Gaming wise, I really don't benchmark more than one PC per week. So my electric bill is mostly just from the rooms in my house and AC, heating and air conditioning in Texas. But yeah, I think my electric bill is $300 a month, something like that. I bought Power Slate 9 from Best Buy, fired right up, and I'm just learning it. Nice. I've not had a Radeon GPU in many years. I want to get that one too, but I want NVIDIA for the DLSS. Note Envy, thank you again. Absolutely. No problem. Hey, Manra, why are you deleting messages? Can I get the spreadsheet? The spreadsheet should be, it's pinned to the top of the chat. It's something that you'll have to look at on a computer, I guess, because it's such a big spreadsheet. It doesn't load up on a mobile phone. Possibly on an iPad. I haven't tried on like an iPad. Manrail, do you think you could go through my everything that's green on this spreadsheet and look through the product links and let me know if there's anything else that went out of stock? Actually, if you could even click on the ones that are currently sold out to let me know if something has come back in stock. But you don't need to send a message per confirmation. Just let me know if any of the statuses of these need to be updated to different than what they are. Ooh, the 9800X30 5090 is back in stock. Oh, I'm still showing currently sold out on my end. What about the 9950 X3D version? That one's sold out too. You're talking about the 5080 version? No, that one says out of stock too. So for those of you just hopping on the stream, let me show you what I got going on in here. So I currently have 11 gaming PCs in this studio. One that's off screen right now is my Corsair build kit. That's my main daily driver. This right here is the Lenovo Legion Tower 5. It's got an AMD 9800X3D and a 5070 GPU. This right here is the Asus ROG G700. This is the Apex RTS 5090. This is the Corsair Vengeance A7500. Then we've got the ABG PC Max right here. That is the ABS Cyclone Aqua. That's the MXC. That's the iBuyPower Element. And then over here, we've got the Omen 35L Stealth and another Asus ROG G700. And this one right here is one that you can't actually buy anywhere. Camille, thanks for the sub, appreciate it. So Asus sent me this one after I basically said I can't review this one, and I should have looked it up to make sure, verify that it was something you can actually purchase before I ran all my benchmarks and did all my B-roll on a PC that basically it cost me like a day and a half of work that I had to redo. Yeah, for those of you just jumping on this video, within the video links, you can click on this best Black Friday gaming PCs list, and on here it's got a cornucopia of information. It's got thousands of hours worth of data and information that I've collected over this past year. I put more information on here from other years, but I think what you guys care the most about is current gen, so this is only stuff from this year. But basically, this is a list of all the PCs that I've tested. You can click on next to there where it says actual FPS, and it'll pop you down to my chart showing their average FPS and 1% lows for all these games. This is with ultra graphic presets, not using any DLSS. And then obviously, if any of this information helps you make your decision, if you could please use my product links before you make a purchase. Even if you decide, hey, none of these are actually the PC that I wanted, but this information was helpful, if you could use one of my links over here at all of these major outlets before you make your purchase, that would really help me out, and I would really appreciate it. This channel runs off of kind and generous PC gamers that deliberately decide to use my links before they make a purchase. Because that commission is basically what this whole channel runs on. The reason that we can do this entire thing full time. So everybody that continues to do that, I really appreciate it. Checking the red ones. Do you think the iBuyPower Slate i7 5060 or Skytech Azure 3, how much better would the Skytech be for 200 more? Okay, so an i7 5060 combo and an i7 57 combo at 1440p, an i7 57 combo, 139 average FPS versus an i7 5060 combo. So this is the difference that you're looking at. So the difference in price being 200, 100 average FPS to, so you're looking at about a 40% increase from this one to that one. No, wait, you said, yeah, i7 5070 versus i7 5060. So yeah, 107 average FPS up to, 100 average FPS up to 139. That's a pretty significant boost in performance. Yep, this is definitely one of the most nerd man caves that you can get right now. Unfortunately, pretty much all these PCs have to go back next month. The only ones that I've bought myself is this AVG PC. That one's like $850. This ABS Cyclone Aqua and this MXZ. All the other ones are loaned to me for reviews. Don't actually get to keep any of them, unfortunately. Well, I did keep the Corsair build kit. I did that for a video, and they let me keep it, so I didn't have to repackage every single component. Just send it back to Corsair. Manrail, yes, if you could check the green ones, that would be very helpful. To check the links on the green ones to let me know if anything else went back out of stock. What's your opinion of the Corsair i8-300 with the 5090? So, the Corsair Vengeance i8-300 is the one that I actually reviewed, but even in my review, I said that I would actually get the A8-200 with the AMD CPU over the one that they sent me. So I don't even have the i8-300 in my recommendations list. It's just the AMD version. iBuyPower. I mean, iBuyPower gets bad rep because of their power supplies, but CyberPower PC has the same power supply issues that iBuyPower does. If you try to push them too hard for several years. But honestly, if you want to gamble and see how long you can push an expensive PC that has a power supply that's not a super high quality power supply, just see how long you can push it until you have to eventually spend that $200 on a new power supply that you saved in the beginning for not having to get one with the highest quality component. Like, do you want to pay that now, or do you want to pay it later? Everything is fine. Green ones are all still in stock. Awesome. Thanks for checking that for me, Manrail. Can you give me a roll for this stream? What's another good task? Could you double check my review sections and make sure that the links that I'm linking to are actually the correct? Sometimes I accidentally paste the wrong link for each of these reviews. Just making sure that the review video that I linked actually matches up the computer. Jedi Elder. Oh, I remember the question I had for you. When you test a system with a Ryzen 7 9800X3D, do you enable it in the BIOS? Do I enable? No, I don't enable anything in the BIOS. Oh, you're talking about gamer. What is it? Yeah, I think I know what mode you're talking about in the BIOS. No, I never turned that on. I looked it up and it was actually recommended to not turn that on, even though it was a setting that kind of sounds like, oh, that's a setting that makes things run faster. I basically keep things at stock settings, other than XMP, just to not give one PC a unfair advantage over another one. If you need to overclock in order to run similar to another gaming PC, then your PC isn't doing what it should. I think one thing about CyberPower PC and iBuyPower is that They've been in the game for so long that you're going to find positive and negative about them, but the internet is just full of negative. So because they've been around for so long, they're at the major retailers. You can find plenty of people that have had issues and assume that that's the majority when it's not. Yeah, I never turn on any game modes or um, there's another mode for the Intel CPUs. What was it called? Yeah, I never turn on any of those settings, just whatever the stock settings are. And then I turn the fan presets to turbo mode just so that I'm getting the gaming performance fan profile. That's not really like an overclocking setting. That's just making sure my fans are aggressive when things start getting hot. Well, my camera's battery died again. There we go. Where's the ones you reviewed? So I'm just saying like the ones that have a YouTube review video next to them are the ones that I reviewed. I just want to make sure that they are in fact the ones that match. Like, so looking at this one, Corsair Vengeance i300. I put that with the A8200 because it's very similar. This is just the AMD version of that computer. And I talk about the A8300 in that one. But if you go down here, if you want to go through each of these and just verify, okay, this is the A7500, A7500. It's a good, helpful task. Wouldn't your CyberPower iBuyPower PCs be better quality since they personally sent them out? No, they don't. They don't change any. Basically, they're just sending me uh, a pre-built that would have been shipped out to somebody else. They don't specially make them for me. If they specially made them for me, then they would give me the versions of these PCs that I want. And a lot of times they just send what's available, what they have extras of, unfortunately. What happened to my music? I like that. Turn that up for a little bit. D-name W's in the chat for my boy Justin. I've been here for like 5 hours asking questions and everything about PCs, and he helped me find one according to my budget. Trust the guy, he knows what he's talking about. Awesome, man. Appreciate that. Hope that using your link helped you out. Which PC did you end up going with, T-name? I like that YouTube is now giving crowns with rankings for people that interact the most in chat. That's pretty cool. Manrail, I checked reviews, all matching. Awesome. Yeah, I never know with these links. Sometimes I'm copy and pasting links so much, like back and forth, that it like my mind starts to get like numb to what I'm doing, and then sometimes I paste the wrong thing. So it's good to know that I did not mess up on all of those links. He is legit. Thank you. Appreciate that, Yvette Kerrigan. Manrail, I'm eating. Nice, what you eating? Cupcake, nice. Ooh, that made me want sweets. My wife packed me a little bag of treats. These Unreal Dark Chocolate Peanut Butter Cups are pretty good. They're not as good as Reese's, but I feel like I'm eating something healthy. Will the deal for $1,200 Skytech Shadow be around tomorrow? If not, my dad is buying. the Skytech tonight because 1551 is still too much. Talking about this one from Walmart. Wait, did this just drop in price more? Whoa, I've never seen something drop in price. Oh, no, wait, never mind. It just defaulted me to the wrong thing. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I have a hunch that this one might be available tomorrow. Possibly not at 1200. Let's see, does it show order within 1 hour? Sometimes they show how many are in stock currently. If you can remember, if not, no problem. What is that in relation to? What is if you can remember, if not, no problem? I'm trying to figure out what that's referring to. Chapati? What is chapati? The Ryzen 5 9600X1 on Newegg. Difference between last gen 7800X3D versus 9800X3D. Let me show you. So it's gonna that difference is gonna be the biggest when it comes to 1080p gaming. So this is the 16 game FPS average for 1080p. So 7800X3D to 9800X3D. You're looking at 168 to 195. So that is a pretty significant jump. 168 to 195. A 16% increase at 1080p. O11 Vision 9800X3D with a 5080 is $25.93 with your promo and the BF 150 promo before tax. About to pull the trigger on that one. I appreciate it, man. Oh, you're talking about with my Skytech promo code? Talking with use code JustinTech for 2% off on Skytech Gaming. Yeah, that's definitely a good PC. Aside from it being not having a 5090, that's the best you can get. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. What does that mean? Is my stream about to cut out? Please don't cut out again. Why is my connection all of a sudden poor? I'm wired in. Jedi Elder, like performance difference with all other components being equal. Hope that makes more sense. Yeah, that's what this this test is here from Tom's Hardware, where they basically benchmark all of these CPUs with the same exact other components so that they can be measured correctly against each other. So I trust them pretty heavily on their FPS and the numbers that they get. Owen, I meant to ask you if you could check if the deal for the 9600X 9060 Skytech PC will be going on tonight. It is the $1,100 one on Newegg. If not, we'll get it tonight. I think you're talking about this Skytech Shadow, right? Because, yeah, this one unfortunately went out of stock a while ago. Is this the one that you're talking about? Yeah, I did hear that Computex was caught using Windows 7 in 2025. That's pretty funny. The Lenovo Legion Tower 5 with 7800X3D, does it have decent cooling? Let me look at the cooling for that, because these benchmarks just came off a few days ago. I haven't finished the full review for that yet, so I haven't exactly looked at the averages of the thermals, but let me take a look at that. So I'm looking at my thermals numbers. This is the Lenovo Legion Tower. These are the thermal average CPU temps in Celsius that I got for every game. So we're looking at 59 average on the CPU in 4K, 63 average on the CPU at 1080p. Let's look at the GPU. It's about 61 average in 1080p with the GPU, 69 average on the GPU in 4K. So nothing too crazy. I mean, it's not the coolest out of all of them, but it's not in throttling territory. Oh wow, it's saying the Skytech Shadow is still in stock for you? That's weird. Manrail, I think you're referring to the this Lenovo Legion tower. This is using an air cooler. Owen, do you want to try to like simulate adding that Skytech Shadow to your cart and see if it still says that it's in stock? Sometimes there's something weird today with, or something weird with how they do it that way. I visited Micro Center today and they had the home theater PC with the 5090 graphics card. They listed it for $38.99. I'm not sure if it's a good buy, especially since I'm mainly looking at 4K gaming. That's a good price for a 5090 PC. What do you know? Remember what the CPU was with that? I've never seen the home theater PC before. Jedi Elder, thanks for the excellent info, and I know that your reviews knowledge definitely helped me choose my latest PC. Awesome. I'm glad I helped. Makes me happy. Thank you and keep up the good work. Good night, all. Good night. Manrel, see you later. Appreciate all the help on the spreadsheets and double checking everything for me. Gives me some peace of mind knowing that somebody's on the case and helping me out with that. Arcanic. It was the Intel Ultra 9 285K. Okay. Yeah, I prefer PCs with 9800X 3D CPUs, but considering it's a 5090 gaming PC, when you're gaming at 4K, it's not going to make a huge difference to have that 9800X 3D instead of an Intel. 5070 with a 9600X, is that good? It's on the lower end. Do I have a 5070 with a 9600X? No, I don't have an example of that combo as far as FPS. What's the Gambwin Clips? What's the price on the one that you're looking at right now? $1,800. Yeah, I'd probably say that's a little overpriced. If you look at my spreadsheet, there's a few PCs with 5070 Ti's in that range, so a better GPU, and also with 7800X 3D, which is going to be a little bit better than that 9600X. Getting those specs after price hike. Which price hike?